signatures. The Eagle has landed. Rocket tranquility, we copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
1-0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, roger, go for deploy.
Everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good evening, and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we have 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut suiting up for their journey to the International Space Station in just about 4 hours. We are partnering with SpaceX for their ride as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And as we count down to liftoff at 11, 16, and 12 seconds Eastern Time, we're going to bring you all the action live and in 4K. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is the official launch broadcast of Crew-8's launch. And with me to help commentate to what's happening tonight is NASA astronaut Rajachari. Great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. It's excited to be here a year after I got to do this for Crew-6. Happy to be back.
Yeah, this is the 1-year anniversary of the Crew-6 launch. And Raja is, of course, talking about when he did get to co-host that broadcast with us. And it was also your first launch from the ground.
Yes, it was, yeah, first time seeing a launch. My first launch was on the rocket, and then the first time I got to watch one was a year ago. And getting excited to see Crew-8 hopefully head to the ISS this evening.
And right now we are inside the suit-up room. We have a shot of Commander Matt Dominic as well as pilot Michael Barrett. And they are in the process of suiting up. We'll talk you through all of what's happening in this room here, but I do just want to give you guys a little quick background on Raja. He was the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-3 mission, which launched back in November 2021. We have video of that right now. Once aboard the space station, he served as a flight engineer and conducted science experiments and technology demonstrations. He also performed 2 spacewalks, and then after 177 days in orbit, he and his crew splashed down off the coast of Tampa, Florida. And then, as we were saying, this is video exactly 1 year ago today. Raja watching his first launch from the ground while co-hosting our Crew-6 launch broadcast. And also, speaking of anniversaries, it's also 5 years to the day since Demo 1 launched, which was the first uncrewed test flight of SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station. And now here we are with Crew-8, Raja.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. There's a saying, I don't know who to attribute to, but things seem impossible until they're common. And here we are, like you said, 5 years later, from what seemed impossible with Demo 1, returning U.S. astronauts from a U.S. launch vehicle on U.S. soil, and now we're on the 5th flight of this vehicle, and Crew-8, it's just, it's amazing.
Yeah, 5th flight of Dragon Endeavour, which when we got a shot of the launch pad, we will show you that spacecraft there, the flight leader so far. There it is, actually. We have it pulled up on the screen for you. We are looking at a brand new Falcon 9 booster on launch pad 39A here at Kennedy Space Center. And at the very tippy top there, we have Dragon Endeavour.
And it's a beautiful night, beautiful view here at the Cape. It's always great to come down here, even when you're battling mosquitoes, to get to see the launch in person.
We are fighting some mosquitoes out here on the hostess. You'll notice actually that this is audio-only commentary right now, but we will expand our coverage later, where we will introduce other commentators at NASA and at SpaceX, and we will also come on camera to join you for that last hour before liftoff.
Saw the visors just go down there, so they're checking the suit seals now. You can actually see the view there. You can see Alexander's hands extended there as the suit pressurizes, right? Actually, I think that's Matt's. And you can see how the helmet goes up higher as it pressurizes, and it looks like they're shrinking, but it's just the helmet extending as it pressurizes.
Mm-hmm. And right now we've been focusing on these two, Matt and Mike, but just across from them are Jeanette and Alexander.
Exactly, yep. And they basically do them in groups of 2. And they have a set of, this is basically to check all the seals on the suit before they actually head out to the pad. And they do it here. This is the same place they've been suiting up since Follow. Got a quick look for a vat there.
Yeah.
for the camera. They've been doing this for decades. This is the historic room, and we do it here because it's much better to find a problem with the suit in this room where you have all the equipment than it is to have that problem on the pad, because they will do leak checks on the pad in the rocket as well.
And the seats they're in configured the same way that they're going to be in Dragon, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Those are they're basically the same kind of design. You can see Jeanette's even further sucked down there.
Oh, can barely see her, just the eyes.
Right, and in microgravity, it's not a big deal, right? Because if you're pressurizing the suit, you can move around pretty quickly. But in 1G, you kind of slump down as the suit grows around you. But the whole point of it being pressurized is to provide you your own little mini spaceship on the inside if there were any problems with the vehicle. Yeah,
these suits are specifically for when they're inside Dragon, and we're pressure checking these suits again because if something were to happen, this needs to sustain them.
Exactly. Yeah, we call them IV or in-vehicle suits as opposed to EVA suits, which are when people talk about spacewalks. Those are different types of suits. But you're exactly right, Megan. These are the ones that basically provide the crew both cooling, protection, oxygen, air while they're in the vehicle.
Countdown 1 with the delayed T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We're currently counting down to a T0 of 04:16:13 UTC or 23:16:13 local with an instantaneous window. The crew have started suit donning and leak checks in preparation for ingress activities. The advanced team is currently on the way to the pad to open the side hatch and prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are off, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Falcon 9 is not working any issues at this time. The team is evaluating elevated ascent weather criteria and will make the final determination no later than L-1 hour. Launch weather will be closely monitored with a POV now adjusted to 40%. Falcon 9 launch and recovery weather is not tracking other constraints this time. In the event of a scrub, the next available launch opportunity will be March 3rd. Procedure 52.91 is open in the event of a crew contingency through crew ingress and launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar X will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and last until spacecraft separation or until after the LES is disarmed and all personnel are requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. CE, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon 9 is tracking one issue on a TVC air brake that failed checkouts for MVAC, but we are working the issue and are go to proceed.
Copy all, CE. MD, report on Dragon health.
Dragon is healthy at this time. As mentioned, we have some rationale we're putting together for a watch item for an empty call LCC, but no concern at this time.
Copy all. And this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing, unless there are any other questions.
All right, so as you just heard over our mission audio loops, that was the T-minus 4-hour situational briefing. You'll notice that we paused for that briefing just so we can give you guys some insight into how the count is going, and so far working no issues. The launch time has adjusted, though, by 1 second, so 11:16 and 13 seconds Eastern time. And Raja, we heard working no issues.
Yep, yeah, you heard them say the Dragon prop tanks are pressurized, so that's the tanks inside the vehicle as opposed to the F9 tanks, which they'll do later when they're on the pad, when they actually start propellant loading. And yeah, as you heard about 40% probability of violation for launch, which is what they're obviously the biggest thing we're tracking this evening for the window. You see they're unstrapped and up out of the seats, which means it looks like the leak check's passed. So now they basically will start getting ready to head out. They're going to button up the suits there. There's some Velcro attach points that basically just make it a little more comfortable. So now that they're done kind of in and out of them. You can see we call them the ninjas. So you got the iPad there. So all these procedures are basically going step by step, and then each group of 2 has a suit team working with them that's kind of running through the procedures and making sure that everything is good to go.
Right.
And they're on the umbilicals now. So Alexander's holding that cooling unit. So that's what's providing them cooling right now. A little mobile unit until they get into the spacecraft.
Yeah, we have Alexander. Oh, no, actually now we have a
Jeanette.
Shot of Jeanette there. Again, as you said, adjusting those Velcros. And I do want to very quickly say 40% go.
Oh, sorry.
60%.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep. No
Thanks.
problem. No problem. That was a quick brief. A lot to absorb. All right, and now we have a shot of Commander Matt Dominic. And let's tell you a little bit more about him now. So Matt was born and raised in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Married to Faith Dominic, and they have 2 daughters. Matt earned a Master of Science degree in Systems Engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School, and he was designated as a Naval Aviator in 2007. He made 2 deployments to the North Arabian Sea, flying close air support missions in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. He has more than 1,600 hours of flight time in 28 different aircraft, 400 carrier-arrested landings, and 61 combat missions. This will be his first spaceflight, Raja.
Yes, indeed. And probably most importantly, that's not in that bio, is Matt's also one of the 2017 class turtles. So he will keep our tradition of having a turtle on the space station going strong. So yeah, Matt and I trained together, and he's a great, just hilarious person. Very humorous, but also completely serious and super competent, and super excited to get to see him head up with Crew-8.
Yeah, of course you would mention that he's a turtle, fellow turtle. It's a very proud class, astronaut class. All right, now we have Dr. Michael Barrett. He's seated right next to Matt right there. He's going to be Crew-8's pilot. Was selected by NASA in 2000. He's the only one of Crew-8 who's been to space before as part of Expedition 1920 in 2009 and STS-133 in 2011. In total, he's spent 212 days in space, and he is board certified in internal and aerospace medicine. He has been awarded numerous times for his contributions to space medicine research, and right now he lives in League City, Texas with his wife Michelle, and they have 5 children. Personal and recreational interests include sailing, boat restoration, writing, and I need to ask you about this, Raja, cooking good food in harsh or remote places. He said austere places.
Yeah, Mike and Michelle are awesome family. Actually, Mike was my family escort when we were down here for our launch and helping out with the families. And he was also my mentor in ASCAN training, and just a great human. As you probably took from that bio, he's a little bit of everything, like does his own boating, cooking, and austere conditions. He is known to like to snack and always have food ready to go. And I know we overuse the word literally, but he literally wrote the book on space medicine. Actually, there is a book that the actual text that they use to teach spaceflight medicine is edited by him. So he is the preeminent expert, and so he gets used all the time, especially as we talk Artemis programs and development for all the medical considerations as we look forward to exploration spaceflight. And he was heavily involved with the commercial crew for both SpaceX and Boeing on how they developed the medical systems and responses.
Wow, so he's a great person to have on this mission with 3 first-time flyers.
Yeah, if you're going to get a cold, you're going to do it with him on board.
All right, now we see Jeanette Epps here, mission specialist, also again, her first space flight. The Syracuse, New York native was a NASA fellow during graduate school and then worked for Ford Motor Company, where, get this, she received a U.S. patent for her research into auto collisions and countermeasure systems. And then after leaving Ford, she joined the Central Intelligence Agency, 7 years as a technical intelligence officer before becoming an astronaut in 2009. She has a Master of Science and Doctorate of Philosophy in Aerospace Engineering, and she is also a twin.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've gotten to fly with her, not in space, but the T-38 several times, so we've done some training events together. I would tell you what she did before she came to the astronaut corps, but I can't. As you heard, she worked for the CIA. So, but it was obviously some cool things. Excited to see her get to fly. This is a really great crew, and it's been really fun to watch them in training. So usually in assigned flow training, they do most of the things together, but every once in a while, people who aren't assigned with them will get to be parts of like sim support or things like that, and it's been fun to have that opportunity with Crew-8.
Yeah, a really accomplished crew, very diverse backgrounds.
Yep.
And finally, we have a shot here. Mission Specialist Alexander Grebenkin, also again, first-time flyer, graduated from the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Engineering Institute in 2002, majoring in the engineering, maintenance, and repair of aircraft radio navigation systems. He then attended the Moscow Technical University of Communications and Informatics, graduating with a degree in radio communications, broadcasting, and television. He was accepted into the Cosmonaut Corps 2018 and will serve as flight engineer while on board the space station.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Alexander is in one of the newer classes of the cosmonauts, so it's great to see the continuing cooperation. We've got Laurel up there on the space station now, who flew up in a Soyuz. Alexander will head up there on the Dragon here this evening. That partnership continues. We've got crews training in Russia and the cosmonauts training here with us to fly on Dragon.
So, Raja, talk us through what's happening here now, because it does seem like all of the pressure checks have happened on their suits, and they're connected to their umbilicals, which are connected to those blue boxes, like we said, providing air.
Yep. Yeah, so right now, so there's generally some pad built into the timeline, because had there been a leak or anything like that, you would have wanted time to fix that and not have to scrub the launch. So right now, since everything went well, you can see they've got some time. The reason they're in the chairs is when you're standing in the suits in 1G, you saw when it was pressurized, the helmet went up, but in 1G, basically the weight of the suit is coming down on you, and it actually puts some pressure on the top of your head, so it can get uncomfortable after a while, and it sort of feels like you're wearing a suit that's too tight, but that's intentional, because when it pressurizes, you don't, as you saw, their head sunk down, and if it wasn't tight, you would not be able to see out of the helmet at all. And so that's why they're sitting there, and they stay on the cooling, because also it's just, you can imagine wearing, if you dress up for winter clothes, it gets hot if you're staying inside. And so the less exertion they can have, and staying on the cooling just kind of keeps their core body temps down, so they don't wind up sweating. The folks you saw standing at the front of the room are kind of a mix of, some of those are, there's the astronaut support person, there's the flight med, you saw the deputy chief of the astronaut office, Shannon Walker, in there. So basically, several people, all those folks have been in quarantine with the crew while they've been down here at Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, let's talk about the astronaut support person. So, as you said, everyone wearing a black ninja suit is a SpaceX employee, except for number 21, because number 21 is NASA astronaut Denise Burnham, and she's serving as the astronaut support person for this mission.
She is, yeah. We call it, the
acronym
is the ASP. Yep. So Denise is in the new class, the Flies, which are the class will be graduating here in just a few days back at Johnson Space Center. And so typically, what the ASP does, they've gone by different names. They're in the shuttle area. They're called Cape Crusaders, but it was a similar role. And basically, they're the, I guess, eyes and ears of the crew, because as you can imagine, when the crew's down here in quarantine, they're going through final rehearsals, sims, kind of events, and the ASP is kind of going, like, tracking vehicle status. She'll go out to the pad with them this evening. Probably the most public thing you'll see her do is help dial the phone numbers for the calls the astronauts make on the launch pad. But there's a whole lot more besides that. That's just what you happen to see on TV. So most of it is, working as there's changes in the schedule, sleep shifting, and coordinating with the rest of the support team. And it's really an opportunity. Like, that person is, like I said, kind of the crew rep when the crew can't be at everything that's going on when they're down here in quarantine.
Yeah. A nice big smile from pilot Mike Barrett there.
Yeah, so this is kind of a relaxing time, just to, everything up to this point has been really go, and very, very scripted. So it's nice when things are going well and you actually have a minute or two just to sit and take in the moment. You can see the patches there underneath. crew-8's added their patch to the suit checkout station there. So on all the stations, they have all the USCV patches that have been checked out in that suit room, and it looks like they're getting ready to head out.
As they get up, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How long do they train together as a crew?
So it's about 18 to 24 months. It kind of just depends on the flow. In a perfect world, it would be 24 months. Sometimes it just takes a little longer to actually have the crews named and get working together. But you can see some of the shots here. That's the SATA chamber where they actually practice going to vacuum, and you can see Jeanette and Mike are there working and getting actual hands-on practice with Matt. So pretty much it's not just ISS training, what you're seeing here, but you saw them getting the T-38 together, doing the suit training. So all of that is happening as a crew as early and as long as you can.
Yeah, it's so important to obviously go through the training that you need, but also that camaraderie.
Right. And there's so much that happens from training together, just all the nonverbals and just learning how people, operate. You see Jeanette was working in the glove box there. Alexander, that's out at Hawthorne at SpaceX training. All that time together, it really means that you can just know what the other person is thinking, where their head's at. Are they task saturated? Do they want help? Do they not want help? And that's kind of the importance of all that training, especially the T-38. You really understand how people function and process information in dynamic environments.
We're now at T-minus 3 hours, 41 minutes until liftoff.
And you can see kind of how they slouch a little bit, and that's, like I said, because of the weight on their head. So you sort of like slump your shoulders a little bit to kind of take that discomfort off.
Sure. Seems like they're taking pictures now.
Yep, so probably getting pictures with some of the suit team and the folks that'll help in the closeout crew. So a lot of, so that's Haley, number 34 there. Many of these SpaceX folks are people they have worked with throughout their training flow. We've got the helicopter coming by here to scout out the pad before they drive out this way. But yeah, a lot of these people, the reason they're taking some photos is this is the training team they've worked with. You mentioned how long for, some of these people they've been working with for the last 2 years.
Obviously, Raja knows a lot. That's why we have him here with us today. So we want to invite those who are watching to participate in this broadcast. If you'd like to ask Raja a question over the next 4.5 hours, just jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch and send your question using the hashtag AskNASA. Challenge him, guys. Let's see how much he really knows. And we look forward to hearing from you.
The
and
khaki
answering.
coat, that's Norm Knight, who's the head of the Flight Operations Directorate. You can see Shannon Walker in the blue suit there is the Deputy Chief of the Astronaut Office.
And they're gathering around a table now because they're about to do a tradition that they do before they can leave crew quarters. Talk to us about what's happening here.
Yeah, so it's a long-standing tradition. There's many traditions in spaceflight and aviation culture, this being one of them, but basically playing a card game prior to going out to launch with the Chief of the office.
And the reason they do this is because, as you can see, it's Shannon playing the crew right now, and the commander has to lose so that way the team gets their bad luck out of the way and can move on with good luck throughout the launch, right?
Exactly, yep.
High five. So it seems like
so
Matt...
well.
I think Matt lost. And this card game, do we know what card game they were playing?
I don't. It can change from crew to crew. It's kind of based on the crew and the Chief of the office. You can see they're starting to clear out there. They're going to go prep for the walk down. This is also an opportunity. They've for any last minute updates that the Chief has, if there was anything off nominal, that's also the opportunity to be able to talk through that.
And we do want to thank the crew and the team for letting us show this tradition, this moment of levity before their flight, which, as we know, space flight is risky. It's hard. So just to let us into these moments that you guys built in to sort of celebrate the moment and this opportunity.
I think the bigger piece of the tradition is the fact that the Chief of the office is there. So that is no small task. So I mentioned Norm and Shannon being in there. They've had to be in quarantine this whole time. And you can imagine in their roles, there's, as we'll talk about later, there's not just this launch. I mean, this is what's happening tonight, but both those people are managing a whole lot of other space ops. And so it is a significant time commitment, but that's the importance of human space flight. And so that, I think, is the bigger part of this tradition, is the Chief, the leadership, all being in quarantine with the crew. And you're absolutely right. It's it can be stressful, but it's also a good time, if everything's going fine, to enjoy some company before they head out for the drive.
And here we are now outside of the historic Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building here at Kennedy. Crew quarters is inside of this building. So they will walk out of the door you see to the far upper left hand of your screen, where you just saw some folks walk out of. The astronauts will walk out of there around T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes, and then they will make their way to this caravan of Teslas here. There were 3 Teslas that we saw, Raja. Teslas 2 and 3. We're laughing because now we're getting to see
the reveal of how they're going to work the number into the license plate, which I didn't even know was a thing until Darren told me on the Crew 3, or when I came out here for Crew 6 launch, and I had to go back and look at the Crew 3 license plate. But yes, so the tradition is they work in the crew number into the license plate.
Yeah, yay space. And we have the 8 hidden in there, as you said again, Raja. Before, I remember Crew 5, right, was blast off, and S was the 5, or 5 was the S, right? What was yours?
I have to Google it and find out. I didn't even, like I said, I didn't know it was one, and last time they told me that, like, oh, I didn't even pay attention to the license plate when I got in the car.
I do remember Crew 6, too. Crew 6 was Dragon, and instead of the G, it was the 6. So as we were saying, there are 3 Teslas here, second and third one. Second will have the commander and the pilot, and then the third Tesla will have the 2 mission specialists. And outside here, Raja, I can hear you. You're Googling.
I'm trying.
He's Googling his
I'm embarrassed.
license
I don't remember.
plate. I see that there are folks that are waiting behind some stanchions. Let's tell folks who those people are.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a mix of folks. So as you mentioned, we cut outside here. You saw the flight docks were the people who came out of the door there earlier, and they're going to be following them. And then the crew, this is kind of their last chance to, if they have classes, any meds they need to take, anything like that, that's what's happening now before they walk down. But the people down here are a mix of family who've been in quarantine with them, so generally immediate family, and then sometimes there'll be extended family who weren't in quarantine that will be behind the stanchions. And so the people who were in quarantine will be able to go right up to them behind the yellow lines, and then they'll go up to the cars once they're in the cars to basically say goodbye and good luck. And then the other folks down there, typically some NASA leadership, and I don't know if we'll be able to see them in the camera or not, but that's the other people that you'll generally see down there. Again, just kind of the importance of all the leadership being able to come out and support the efforts.
Yeah. Again, let's take a look at the clock. T-minus 3 hours and 35 minutes, a very well choreographed timeline that the astronauts are sticking to right now. As Raja was saying before, a lot of pad is built in, so that's why you were seeing some moments there where they had time to take pictures with their support staff. And right now they are waiting for a specific moment to walk out of the suit-up room, and that will be at T-minus 3 hours and 24 minutes, so about 10 minutes from now. And then they'll walk out of the doors again to the waiting Teslas, as well as family and friends who are there to see them before their launch off of this pad that we're getting a beautiful aerial of.
It might be the helicopter that just flew by.
Again, a new Falcon 9 booster with
and
Dragon Endeavour.
So there's like I said, lots of traditions in spaceflight and aviation, and you can kind of see around the door frame the stickers up there. So below there's the big banner, and then below that you can see those stickers. And so that's the other tradition is that's what they're showing right now. So you can see all the crews that have walked through those doors that have put their stickers on there. So somewhere along that door frame is crew-8's.
Yeah, specific to crew quarters and walking out the same hallway we're going to see out these same doors. This has been happening since Apollo 7 in 1968. So really steeped in history what these folks are about to do.
Yep. Yeah, this is it's a cool mix of history and new. I would think going from the same suit-up room that Apollo used and then going to ride in the Tesla, it's a very cool contrast. But the tradition's there, and you can see crew-8's at the bottom right, just underneath crew-7's. And so as you go up the very top of the screen, you can see ours, crew-3. So just going down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, nice little line. Looks like we got 2 more left, and then we're gonna have to skip around that little handrail and keep going down.
Isn't that a good problem to have, though? While we wait for, again, that hallway walk, let's kind of recap how the crew has spent their day so far. So they woke up at 11 a.m. Eastern time. They had breakfast, which is more like lunch. But again, when you're trying to keep to a particular schedule, you do have to shift things sometimes, right, Raja?
Yep.
So breakfast followed by a workout, and of course they had some family time. At around 4:30 p.m. Eastern, they ate another meal. Then had medical checks and other flight day preps. And then finally they were briefed on the weather for launch just before starting to suit up. And as you said before, Raja, weather is what we're really watching today. 40% go, watching both weather at the launch site here, but also the ascent corridor.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and you mentioned the sleep shifting. So actually, one interesting thing inside crew quarters there's all the rooms have multiple sets of light switches because you can actually change the lighting to either simulate it's either really bright if it's in the middle of the night, or do the opposite. It is pretty common to be doing some amount of sleep shifting, and it's not just shifting for the launch, which would be part of the consideration, but the other consideration is when you show up to the space station, they are on a time zone. They're on Zulu time, which is 6 hours ahead of Central Time, 5 hours ahead of here. So there's this balance, and that's one of the things the flight docs are trying to figure out, especially when there's changes to the schedule, or what's the optimum way to be most awake for all the dynamic events, and it's a blend of, obviously for the launch you want to be very awake, for the docking you want to be very awake, and then you want to be able to integrate into the space station as quickly as you can, so it's kind of a blend of all those considerations. And it has to do, it's not always the same answer for every mission, because each launch is a little different with the orbital phasing and how they do the rendezvous with the space station or the timing for that, so it always varies just a little bit.
And the crew has been living in crew quarters now for about 2 weeks.
Right, yep. So they go into a soft quarantine back in Houston, and then in a hard quarantine in Houston. So the soft is basically starting to withdraw in personal contact, and then the hard is, as you would imagine, full up quarantine. The families who you'll see come up to them here shortly, those people were in quarantine with them, as well as support folks, and now the camera's panned out a little bit more. You can see some of the crew down there. So the other people in the blue flight suits, you can see Jessica Watkins, I think it's Steve Bowen, maybe, I can't tell in the dark, Jess Whitner and the flies. So they are the family escorts. So they're the people, they've also been in quarantine, and then they're helping with them. You can see the Administrator Nelson there is facing us, with pumping his fist there, talking to the families.
Big smile.
Yeah, so the immediate families are in the foreground of the shot, and then you can see the NASA Administrator, Jim Free, who's the senior civil servant at NASA, Deputy Administrator, and then Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. You can kind of just see her head to the right of Administrator Nelson.
Now let's take a social question. They're coming in for you.
All right. Let's see if we've got any ones that stump me.
All right. We have Savannah Lynn on Instagram asking, do astronauts get to choose what their ultimate meal is on Earth before they go to the ISS? And I didn't say final.
I know, yeah. So so we intentionally don't call it your final meal, but it's definitely not your final meal. It's called your ultimate meal, and yeah, you do get to choose that. The way it works in crew quarters, because you're in quarantine, you can't you can't go to the grocery store and get your own food. So there's a food team that makes your food, and it also has to be checked and sanitized, because you also don't want any foodborne pathogens or diseases after we've taken all this time and gotten all this far. You don't want to get sick from the food. So they do a really great job of doing that. And then one of the meals, what we call the ultimate meal, each crew member picks what they want, and then they do an amazing job. It can be like really random things, and they do. I don't know where they've got a very wide range of skills. I mean, across all kinds of cuisines. So pretty much anything you can think of, they can make. And then the crew chooses usually when to do that, usually a day or two prior to the flight.
And I did find out what their ultimate meals were. You ready?
Ready.
All right. I'm starting with pilot Mike Barrett, and you'll see why soon. But Mike wanted grilled salmon and veggies. Matt said whatever Mike's having because he trusts his culinary expertise. Then we have Jeanette had butter chicken. And then Alexander said, quote, nothing special, just soup, meat, and veggies, a nice hearty meal.
Very nice. Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Mike's known for his cooking ability, so not surprised to hear Matt went along with that. Little known fact about Matt, he is quite the cooker himself. He's got like a whole sous vide setup, which I didn't even know what that was until I saw his setup.
Yeah, I think he likes to make chorizo tacos or burritos. Like, that's his specialty, if you ask him.
So you saw the SpaceX folks have come out there. So that's Haley with Kelly, who's helps with the astronaut office. Basically, leads kind of this whole effort of family support and all this choreography. So it is no small task, as you could just imagine. Try to figure out who's in quarantine, not in quarantine. You can see the stanchion there. So you can see there's some family that were not in hard quarantine. That's the people who are on the other side of that stanchion. And the reason they're still separated, because if there's any kind of scrub or anything like that, then the crew will be coming back into quarantine, and it would not be so great if the families couldn't see them anymore, just because they had potentially been contaminated by being around people who weren't in quarantine the whole time. So that's why you have to maintain all these different areas and distance. And this is something we've been doing for decades, so this has nothing to do with COVID. This is all pre-COVID protocols to prevent any pathogens, viruses, sicknesses from getting on board the space station.
Right.
So this is back inside crew quarters now. Yep. So I'm assuming they're getting ready to start heading towards the elevator from out of the suit-up room.
That's right. So suit-up room is at the end of this hallway.
For reference, yeah, exactly. So down this hall and to your left is where the suit-up room is, and then the quarters themselves are down through those double doors on the other side. Basically, they're like little hotel rooms looking things.
Yeah, like basically crew quarters occupies like 26,000 square feet of the operations and checkout building. Basically the entire third floor's west wing, because as you said, bedrooms, 23 bedrooms.
Right, it's not just the astronauts, all the people that go.
Right, exactly. So the suit-up room, as we've been looking into, but also, right, there's a kitchen, pantry, dining room, lounge, gym, 2 conference rooms, 2 laundry rooms, and a flight surgeon's office and 3 medical exam rooms. I mean, it is built for them to stay.
Yeah, it's an office and a home, because if you're there for 2 weeks, you don't stop working. So all the people who are in quarantine with them are still doing their day jobs. Or night jobs if you're sleep shifting, but so yeah, it's set up to basically be able to do all that from there. They even have conference rooms that have class.
LD on countdown 1. At this time, we are standing down from a launch attempt tonight due to elevated ascent winds.
All right.
Well, you just heard that call out announcing that we are standing down from this launch attempt tonight
for elevated winds.
Yep. Raja, right? And we knew that might be a possibility. Weather has been an issue for us for the last couple of days. We were initially targeting Thursday night, Friday morning launch, and we stood down from that attempt because the weather, specifically in the ascent corridor, was not good. Very dicey.
Yeah, that's where it can
LD, launch control and countdown. LD, for awareness, proceeding with pause and clock now.
Yeah, copy all. Reset for an opportunity tomorrow.
You heard that call out, pausing the countdown clock to reset for an attempt tomorrow.
And LD is launch director. It can often be confusing, especially for family and guests who are here at the Cape. As you're looking outside, like, this looks fine. Why? There's not a cloud in the sky. But as you mentioned, it's the ascent corridor, and so essentially you have to clear the entire eastern seaboard of the United States. Specifically, what's really important is where the rocket stage is, because those are dynamic events, and so you want to really, really make sure that the winds and the waves are specifically what they're looking at. So if the capsule had to come back down for any kind of off-nominal situation, you want to make sure that there's not going to be problems because of the weather conditions along that ascent corridor. So that's the driving factor in the case tonight, it sounds like. And then you heard them say, pause the clock. What that is, he's really directing them to do internal to the launch control centers, all the automation, all the commands and sequences that get sent to the rocket. They want to stop that because that's less things to have to undo to turn around for a launch attempt tomorrow evening, which I think is the plan.
And, some might be wondering, well, launch was scheduled for 11:16 p.m. It's 7:52 p.m. Eastern. Why make this decision when we do have some time for maybe weather to improve?
Yeah, so generally, if it's right on the edge, they'll sometimes go further along. You heard, I think, earlier in the broadcast and probably saw online that originally they might take it all the way to an hour prior, and that hour is kind of a key point because that's when they decide to start loading propellant on the rocket. And once you do that, then you have to unload all the propellant. That's when you have to clear the area and things like that. So they'll typically take it that far if it's maybe right on the boundary. But if things are trending worse or pretty clearly out of limits, so on a lot of these things, it's not necessarily a totally black and white answer. There's some margins, so they maybe say it's like green, yellow, red. But if it's, I don't know, but if it's like yellow but going red and continuing to go worse, then that would be a decision. It's better just to stand down versus continuing to go further in the process. Because like I said, now you're doing things like exercising valves, pressurizing lines, all that kind of stuff, that it's just better to not have to undo all those things. It just makes it easier to turn everything around.
Right, and there's a lot of coordination that goes to monitoring the ascent corridor. Obviously NASA and SpaceX teams are keeping a close eye on all those conditions you talked about, but we also engage the Department of Defense, right? We engage them in terms of actually recovering our astronauts.
Yeah, so it's quite the choreography. So, just locally, the Space Force supports with the weather forecast and analysis, but the bigger thing that you're alluding to is all up and down the eastern seaboard. There's units on standby to help with recovery if there's anything for both the rocket or the crew, if anything's off nominal. And so all those units have to be coordinated with and ready to go. And you can see, I think they're draining something. So just in the vein of like things that, prep and stuff that's happening, you can see at the bottom left there some water coming out of the the acoustic tower. So that I'm speculating, but that probably had some pressure in it. And now that they've paused the clock, they're releasing that pressure. So all those kind of things, you can imagine all that water that's coming out, you have to refill that water. So all those things have to happen after a scrub. So the earlier you can make that call, the less amount of those kind of things you have to go back and do.
So what happens now? So obviously the crew was just informed that we're standing down from tonight's launch attempt. So what happens? What are like the standard operating procedures?
It kind of depends on where along the point you scrub. In this particular case, since they haven't actually gone out to the pad, it should be a relatively quick, basically they'll doff the suits, so go back to the suit up room with the suit team's help, get out of the suits, because the last thing you want to do is rush to get out of them and then, damage a suit. So they'll use the suit team to help doff out of those, and then it'll be kind of like Groundhog Day. They'll if there's anything in particular with their flight mission profile, so for example, like if they have an upcoming EVA or maybe a really important science payload or some kind of robotic operation, they would probably use this time over the next 24 hours to maybe review that, and then also probably start. So that's one thing they could do, and then they'll also probably start briefing and talking about what the rendezvous timeline is for this new window. Because like I said, it's always different depending on the orbital phasing. So they'll pretty quickly here, if they haven't, my guess is they probably already do have already have thought through all this, or the flight docs have. They'll kind of build a schedule like, okay, now that you're launching 23 hours later, this is your rendezvous timeline, and we need to sleep shift you, 2 hours right or left or whatever it is. And so that's probably the other thing that's happening, is figuring out, okay, you need to go to bed right now, or no, we need to just stay up for a few hours and then go to bed, and going through that kind of drill. But because they didn't come out to the pad, it's much, it is actually a lot easier on the crew. They are going to have the opportunity to get a lot more rest than they would otherwise, because if they'd come all the way out to the pad, got strapped in, basically everything you do, you have to undo. So this is, at least for their timeline and their prep for tomorrow, probably a good scenario for them.
This is a live view of inside the White Room, which is at the end of the crew access arm and their way into the Dragon spacecraft. Teams here are obviously doing things to secure and as you were saying, like really prep for tomorrow again, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and the other thing, it's not just the people that the Endeavor's taking up there, it's also cargo, and part of that cargo is what's called powered cargo, and so some of the highest end science that's going to and from the space station goes on Dragon vehicles, because you can come back down, and then you can get further analysis on the ground. But what that means is that once you get closer to launch, that power comes from internal power of the vehicle. It goes on to what we call Dragon's powering it, or the vehicle's powering it. But to keep it here overnight, it's going to go back on to umbilical power. So the pad and the ground support equipment will supply that. And in some cases, depending on what it is, I mean, there might be, you can imagine if there's like human research type stuff or like tissue sample, that kind of stuff, you might actually offload it and then put it back on. And so again, there's a whole bunch of stuff happening beyond just what the crew is doing.
And we were talking about sleep shifting and all that stuff. It doesn't just apply to the astronauts, it applies to this crew as well.
Right. Yeah, everyone's, the flight control team, both in Houston, here at KSC, and at Hawthorne, everyone's going to basically shift to whatever, to be ready for the next window.
The good thing is that, as you said, family has remained in quarantine, so our astronauts will get some more family time before they...
Yep. Yeah, and like I mentioned, that's the importance of staying in quarantine, because now they can still have that time with their families.
One last shot of Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavor on launch pad 39A here at Kennedy Space Center.
And I'll throw in Tom Marshburn to the rescue. Send It was the Crew 3 license plate with the E as a 3.
I was dying to know. Again, one last shot of what will be Crew 8's ride to space, just not tonight. Again, standing down for unfavorable weather. The team's now repositioning themselves for a launch attempt tomorrow, March 3rd. T0 liftoff time targeted for 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time. And coverage, if you want to join us again, begins at 6:45 p.m. Eastern. We roped in Raja for
I'll be back.
another attempt. He'll be back. So we hope you can join us then. For now, have a good night. Thank you so much for tuning in.
It's a new era of pioneers, star sailors, thinkers, and adventurers.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Let's go.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the material to pursue the exploration of the universe.
Welcome to the International Space Station. I'm NASA astronaut Mark Vandehei. Today, we're going to talk about Newton's third law. How do you think it will hold up in microgravity?
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. This means that in every interaction between two objects, there are a pair of opposite forces acting on each object at the same time. A force pair. You can see that there are many examples on Earth. In space, thrusters expel one way and the vehicle is steered in the opposite way.
Hello again. More basketball stunts that I can't do on the ground, at least not while getting this much hang time. Alright, back to serious business. Got a basketball right here. It's going to be object 1. I'm the second object. If object 2, myself, applies a force to object 1, then that same force will be applied according to Newton's third law by object 1 onto object 2. However, there's a big disparity in the mass. Object 1 is a very light mass object. Object 2, myself, is a larger mass object. So, I'm going to try to make myself about the same shape as this ball. See how that works for us. And I'm going to apply that force. You saw that force applied to the ball made it accelerate quite a bit. It really didn't accelerate me much at all. Newton's third law again, but this time we're going to use two similarly massed objects. Joe and I have about the same mass, so Joe, get into a ball, I'll do the same. I'm going to face you this way so that I don't throw you into something you can't see. Now I'm going to get into a ball behind Joe, and I'm going to apply a force to him. Notice that when I applied a force to Joe, it accelerated Joe away from me, but I got accelerated away from him as well, because the force applied to Joe ended up being the same force that was applied to me. Now you've seen Newton's third law in space. Now test it out on Earth. See you next time.
Welcome to the International Space Station. I'm astronaut Joe Akaba. Today, we're going to talk about potential and kinetic energy. Let's get started. Kinetic energy is the energy an object has because of its motion. An object can store energy based on its position. This is called potential energy. On Earth, imagine dropping an object from a raised position. As an object's altitude above the Earth's surface increases, its gravitational potential energy also increases. The potential energy stored due to its position is now being converted to kinetic energy. We also observe this with elastic potential energy.
Okay, new term. Elastic potential energy occurs when objects are compressed and stretched, or generally deformed in any manner, creating potential energy. Think of this bungee or a spring. Okay, Joe, what's next?
We pull back on the band and create potential energy. When we release the potential energy, is converted to kinetic energy. Here on the International Space Station, we are still under the influence of gravity, primarily due to our position with the Earth. So when I have this ball on this ramp, normally back on Earth, I release the ball and it rolls down the ramp due to a change in its potential energy that's being transferred to kinetic energy. But as you can see, it doesn't happen here. So it doesn't mean we don't have potential energy. It just means we're not converting it at this time to kinetic energy. And why is that? Gravity is pulling us down, but we're moving super fast. And so what it is we're bending around the Earth in this perpetual falling motion. Thanks for joining me on board the International Space Station. We're sending it back to Earth so you can try your own experiment. See you next time.
Hello, and welcome to the International Space Station. My name is Scott Tingle. Here on the space station, we live in a microgravity environment, which makes eating here a very unique experience. To stay healthy, we have to maintain a nutritious diet, just like we would back on Earth. Let's go take a look at some of our food and drinks and check out our meal preparation area. During long-duration spaceflight, we have to make sure that we receive enough energy, proteins, and vitamins. Our food lab back on Earth makes sure we get plenty of each as they carefully prepare, test, and package everything. We combine all of this excellent nutrition with exercise to ensure our bodies stay healthy and strong while we're here. We eat 3 square meals a day just like we do on Earth, and maybe throw in a snack or two. One of my most favorite foods to eat are natural raisins. Here on Space Station, we have to keep our calories up if we want to get all our work done. And the carbohydrates in these raisins really help. And they're kind of fun to eat too. And how do we stay hydrated in microgravity? With these special pouches. They're filled with water, and we use a straw that has a one-way valve that prevents water from floating out of the pouch while we're not drinking from it. Here's a liquid drink. This is a tropical punch for today. I love drinking fluids on station. Here on station, we have a pretty cool food preparation area. We have a place to get fresh water for us to drink or to put in our rehydratable foods. And we also have an oven to put food in. We pick out some of our favorite foods, chicken fajita for me. Put it in the oven. Close the door and turn it on. In about 15 minutes, I'm gonna have a warm meal. Thanks for exploring a little nutrition with me. I'm gonna send you back to Earth so you can create your very own astronaut menus. See you again soon. Hello, my name is Scott Tingle, and I'm living and working on board the International Space Station. You know, I love my views from the cupola. It's our orbiting altitude of around 400 kilometers or 250 miles above the Earth's surface that gives us these unique perspectives. Let's explore how our ISS orbits work. Come on. First, I should explain, orbits are elliptical or oval in shape, with some being almost circular. Planets, comets, and moons have elliptical orbits. Spacecraft orbiting Earth, like the space station, are placed into a nearly circular orbit to keep a consistent altitude as they travel around the planet. Let's take a look at the Earth. It has a radius of 6,378 kilometers, and the station orbits about 400 kilometers above the surface at 8 kilometers per second. That's 17,500 miles per hour. See if you can use these values to calculate how far and how long we travel in one orbit around the Earth. All of this information and more activities related to orbits are available in the accompanying lesson plan at nasa.gov/STEM on station.
Answers coming in.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The answers to the questions, by the way, are approximately 42,600 kilometers and 90 minutes. And due to our altitude on orbit, we have our very unique and awesome view of the Earth. Thanks for exploring with me today. I'm going to send you back to Earth now so you can start your challenge on orbits. See you again soon.
Welcome to the International Space Station. I'm NASA astronaut Ricky Arnold. Our view from the ISS of Earth is absolutely magnificent, but we quickly realized we really should call it Planet Ocean. We are mostly a water planet. Water occurs here in all three phases, solid, liquid, and gas. And the presence of water on other planets and moons within our own solar system has us wondering, is there life there too? Well, why is water so special? One reason is called surface tension. So what is surface tension? Let's have a look. Surface tension is a property of liquids in which molecules of one substance are more attracted to each other than to molecules of another substance. Water is unique in that it has a high surface tension compared to other liquids. This is due to its polar property. The positive hydrogen ends and the negative oxygen ends create a strong bond. As they say, opposites attract. So the hydrogen end of the water tends to stick to the oxygen end in a nearby water molecule. At water's surface, its molecules are only attracted to the water molecules below and to the sides of them, as there is only air above these molecules. So the surface molecules of a body of water are pulled down, creating a more stable, stronger environment. That is why certain animals, like the water strider, can actually walk on the surface of water. Here on the International Space Station, the microgravity environment makes it easy to show how well water uses surface tension to stick together. We even rely on the surface tension to help us wash our hair, those of us that have a lot. Thanks for coming along today and learning a little bit about surface tension. Want to learn more about the unique properties of water and do your own experiments? Try out the activity related to this video at the STEMonstrations website. See you next time.
Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Drew Foystel. Welcome to the International Space Station. On our station, our water recovery system is vital to our mission and our survival. Want to know why and how we recycle and filter our water? Let's go. We use water recovery and filtration because it is expensive to launch resupply missions, and the weight of the water is a problem as well. Think about the weight of a single bucket of water. Can you imagine the weight of water for a month's supply for 6 people on the International Space Station? What about the water for a year or more when we leave low Earth orbit for deeper space missions? That's a lot of water, and bringing it with us is not very efficient. On station, we recycle wastewater to get fresh drinking water. This recovery and filtration process includes our urine, moisture we exhale, and sweat, along with the water we use to bathe and shave. It works like this. When we use the bathroom, urine is collected and pumped to a distillation assembly. The assembly spins, pulling the urine to its walls. The urine is heated to evaporate water from the waste and then condensed in the outer chamber to form distillate. Next, the water is pumped to a tank where it is joined with the water recovered from cabin air created by crew sweat and respiration. Down the line from there, odors and any other contaminants are removed with heat. Then iodine is added for microbial control. Our water is checked often to ensure it meets water quality requirements. It is also monitored closely for bacteria, pollutants, and proper pH. The pH scale ranges from 0 to 14 and is a tool used by scientists to measure the strength of an acid or base. Our water is required to be in the 6.0 to 8.5 range. The end result of the entire process is clean drinking water that we get to enjoy every day. The recycled water on the space station is sterile. There's no odor or bad taste. You've seen that water recycling is critical for long-duration missions such as here on the space station and will be for future trips to the Moon or Mars. Be sure to check out the activity connected to this video so you can learn more about water filtration. Thanks for learning with me, and I'll see you next time.
Hey there, my name is Joe Akaba, and I'm living and working on the International Space Station as part of Expedition 53. One of the best parts about living on the space station is being able to float. Just like you walk from place to place throughout your day, we float from place to place throughout our day. However, we have learned that the same thing that allows us to float, microgravity, is hard on our bodies over time. Our muscles and bones are made of millions of tiny units called cells, and these cells can have problems in microgravity. Up here on the station, bones and muscles no longer have to support the weight of our bodies, so they get weaker. Astronauts could develop something called muscle atrophy, where our muscles become weak from lack of use. Each bone in your body is made of cells too. A healthy bone has more density than an unhealthy bone. Weakened bones can lead to a disease called osteoporosis. Fortunately, our scientists at NASA have figured out one way to keep astronauts healthy and strong. It's called exercise. Let's take a look at how astronauts exercise in space. This machine here is the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, or we call it ARED. It simulates free weight exercises in normal gravity to work all the major muscle groups. ARED's primary goal is to maintain our muscle strength and mass so that we have less of a recovery period when we land back on Earth. All right, so there's looking at lifting. But what about a little cardio? We have a treadmill for that. Let's check it out. Staying physically active helps both astronauts in space and humans on the ground to stay healthy. And it prevents muscle atrophy and osteoporosis. Now you can try the activity connected to this video to learn more about muscle and bone cells. I'm Joe Akaba, and I hope you enjoyed learning about exercise on the International Space Station. We'll see you next time.
Hello everyone, I'm astronaut Randy Bresnik, living and working aboard the International Space Station. Now, on the space station, we live in a microgravity environment. Do you think the laws of physics will hold up? Come on, let's go find out.
The acceleration of an object depends on the net force acting on the object and the mass of the object, or F equals ma.
Jolly good show, Sir Isaac.
Here we see that once the force of the thrust is greater than the weight of the vehicle, the rocket begins to accelerate.
We're going to start with something small, something you might have at home. A little stick of chapstick. We'll go ahead and use our force being our bungee cord here. We'll put it on our bungee, and we'll pull it back. Let it go. And you can see how fast it accelerates because there's very little mass. Next we'll try a little spaceship. A little more massive, and you can feel that because as you move it, you can feel that the kind of the force, the extra force you have to push with your hand. So we'll put our spaceship on our launcher here, same spot. Notice it's flying a lot slower than that chapstick did. What we've seen is the same amount of force on a smaller, less massive object means the acceleration is faster. Well, this is the biggest and most massive thing we have, so let's see how the acceleration is affected. Go back the same amount on the force, and here we go. And there you have it, Newton's second law of motion in action. Thanks everybody for exploring a little physics with me today. Now I'm going to send it back to Earth so you can start your experiments. See you again real soon.
On December 17, 1903, two brothers from Dayton, Ohio, would alter human history forever. On that day, Wilbur and Orville Wright flew their wooden and canvas machine off the sandy dunes in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, becoming the first to flight. Heavy experimentations with gliders, like advancements in engine technologies, controls, and aerodynamics, provided a pathway for heavier-than-air crafts. like the Wright brothers Flyer. By the 1930s, airships, which have dominated the long-distance flight, were replaced by flying boats and other rudimentary aircraft. By the 1930s and 40s, development of aircraft for war effort greatly accelerated infusion of new technologies into civilian general aviation. This stream of innovation led to the start of the jet age, which would revolutionize both general and military aviation. Later in 20th century, even more advanced technologies like digital electronics would bring about fly-by-wire, digital engine controls, GPS, and these advancements even changed the way we go about designing aircrafts. This century has been marked by transitioning to large-scale pilotless drones, and for the first time ever, inherently unstable aircrafts, such as highly integrated flying wings, have become a possibility. And with all these advancements in the past 112 years, we're still only scratching the surface of capability and performance, but we're paying a heavy price for lagging innovation. Who here has traveled by air in the past 6 months? Were you surprised by the cost and time of your trip? Today we find ourselves at the doorstep of yet another revolutionary advancement in aviation history: electric or hybrid electric aircrafts. NASA is investing in electrified aircraft propulsion research, or EAP, as part of its portfolio to improve fuel efficiency, emissions, and noise levels in commercial transport aircrafts. EAP uses electric motors to drive some or all of the engines on an aircraft. The energy source for the system can be electric, hybrid, or turboelectric. NASA is working across a range of markets, from urban air mobility to subsonic transport. Each market has differences in vehicle size, range, and speeds. Our strategy at NASA is to work with our industry partners to enable technology development, demonstrate these technologies in flight, and transfer the knowledge to commercial sector for future products and markets. One such emerging market is urban air mobility, developed through NASA's revolutionary vertical lift technology project. Urban air mobility, or UAM, is a conceptual market that would enable passenger-carrying air transportation in and around metropolitan areas. Think of flying Ubers. These vehicles could use all-electric or hybrid-electric propulsion systems capable of vertical takeoff and landing. The overarching goal of NASA's work in this space is to develop and validate tools, technologies, and concepts to overcome key challenges for vertical lift vehicles. A critical challenge for UAM market growth is public's acceptance that these vehicles can be as safe as commercial air travel or automotive transportation. However, the most immediate impact from NASA's work for the flying public is the reduction in cost through fuel burn improvements and lower airfare prices. To put that in context, let's look at some numbers. The overall global fleet of large commercial aircrafts totaled over 25,000 in 2017 and is expected to grow to 37,000 aircraft by 2027. Out of the 25,000 aircraft today, nearly 60% of those are narrow-body aircraft, small regional aircraft, both jet and turboprops. Saving just 10% in fuel consumption across this fleet would yield more than 5 billion gallons of fuel savings per year, and is forecasted to save approximately 10 billion gallons by 2040. We also have to take into account the reduction into CO2 emissions. So how do we get there? The leading concept that NASA is currently investigating for partially turboelectric configuration is single-aisle turboelectric with aft boundary layer propulsor known as Stark-Able. This configuration is being developed assuming entry into service by 2035. It consists of two underwing turbofans with generators extracting power from turbofan shafts and transmitting it electrically to rear fuselage boundary layer ingesting fan. One of the main sources of drag on an aircraft is a layer of slow-moving air that builds up along the fuselage and wings, known as boundary layer. Boundary layer creates extra drag, and we believe we can improve aircraft performance by embedding engines into the airframe and having those engines consume boundary layer air. By ingesting boundary layer, the drag is significantly decreased, which leads to an overall improvement in aircraft efficiency. Results indicate that this turboelectric concept has an economic fuel burn reduction of 7%, an emission fuel burn reduction of 12% comparing to other aircraft designs. Several years ago, NASA has developed an advanced and highly integrated concept known as N3X, which explored fuel savings by combining a blended wing body with fully turboelectric and fully distributed propulsion system based on superconducting electric machines and power distribution. The fuel benefits of this configuration is very significant, estimated at nearly 70% reduction comparing to conventional aircrafts such as Boeing 777. This concept has the best benefits so far studied. However, it requires the most aggressive technology and infrastructure development. And last but not least, NASA is building its first ever all-electric X-plane, X-57 Maxwell. This design will demonstrate an effective interaction between the wing, the engine propellers, and the flight mission flight path, while simultaneously solving a number of challenging technical issues for electrified propulsion in crew-rated aircrafts. While electric motors are more efficient than fuel-burning engines, they produce a significant amount of heat during operation, requiring an integrated thermal management system to be incorporated into the design. Now, a common method of solving such heat-related problems is to employ an embedded heatsink or a large metal heatsink or water cooling system. But this can cause a dramatic increase in weight, thus reducing the benefit gained by electric conversion. One such research effort to control the heat generated by these systems was performed late last year by my team, where we developed a 98% efficient 13 kilowatt power system for X-57 high-lift propulsors. Weighing only 2 pounds and completely air-cooled, this system was fully qualified across various facilities at NASA Glenn in 10 short months. And within the next 2 years, our system will be flying on X-57 flights, proving that it is possible to have a lightweight, air-cooled solution for aircrafts. In order to qualify the components in this electrified era in aviation, NASA needed to develop capability to test and verify them before in-flight testing. So we converted our hypersonic test facility in Plum Brook Station in Sandusky to NASA Electrified Aircraft Testbed, NEAT. Currently, this state-of-the-art facility is being used to test full-scale megawatt powertrains with an eye towards incorporating component technologies into an overall system. The facility can support single-aisle aircraft geometries with proper cable lengths and electromagnetic interference mitigation. It can supply power for up to 24 megawatts, thermal management system for up to 2 megawatts, and it even contains an altitude chamber that can simulate up to 120,000 feet. All electric aircraft concepts that we've seen so far rely heavily on advancements of components such as advanced motors, power converters, and material science, to name a few. X-57 work is an example of much larger research portfolio within the field of power systems led by NASA Glenn. Over the past 20 years, Glenn has pioneered designs of various high power, density, and high efficient motors for space, aeronautics, medical, and terrestrial applications. All our work has always pushed the boundaries of what's possible, and our newest motor work is no different. NASA Glenn has a small in-house team that is developing a 1.4 megawatt motor with a performance goal of 16 kilowatts per kilogram and efficiency greater than 98%. The motor contains a self-cooled superconducting rotor, which has never been done before, allowing the motor to achieve exceptional specific power and efficiencies without inheriting external cooling weight penalty commonly attributed to superconducting machines. Integrated rotor superconductor, spinning at 6,800 RPM, 4 times higher than the state-of-the-art, and weighing only 80 kilograms. This motor revolutionizes the field of advanced motors, and greatly increased number of aircraft concepts that can utilize hybrid architectures. All our electric motor work is all diverse in size, applications, and power levels. And it's beyond the world of aeronautics. Just 5 years ago, my team designed, built, and delivered a biconical motor to University of Indiana School of Medicine. This motor was designed to help catalyze advancements in the field of cardiovascular assist devices, such as pacemakers for kids who are born with a single heart ventricle. This motor is tiny in comparison to the ones on the aircraft, just 2 inches tall, and is powered by a total of 5 watts, same power as USB ports on your computers. Currently, our design is being used to develop a clinical trial version, and hopefully a viable device will enter a market within a decade, saving an estimated 1,500 children per year. All great progress is accompanied with great difficulty. It must be enterprised and overcome with answerable courage. In our efforts, we don't underestimate the power of vision and direction. These are irresistible forces able to transform what might appear to be unconquerable obstacles into traversable pathways and expanding opportunities. I am deeply humbled to have an opportunity to be part of this amazing journey, a journey that will surely.
Imagine if you were an alien who, was visiting the Earth for the first time from some other galaxy. Imagine only visiting the United States and never visiting any other part of the Earth's surface. That's essentially what we've done with the Apollo missions. Really been able to do wonderful and groundbreaking science with the samples, collected during the Apollo missions. But again, we visited only a very small part of the lunar surface.
The way that I think about it is it's the equivalent of landing on Earth and getting rocks from Kansas. It would give us insight into one particular location on the Earth, but not at all the diversity of what we see on the Earth, what we know is present on the Earth. So the ability to go to a different site, a different location, get different samples will just enrich what we have already learned from our Apollo samples.
There's a lot left to be learned about the moon, and it starts with the South Pole.
Artemis astronauts will fulfill a different mission in a unique environment. While the Apollo astronauts who visited the moon's surface between 1969 and 1972 landed near the equator, Artemis astronauts will venture to the moon's South Pole region, frigid, rugged, and with unique light and darkness conditions that make it an ideal location for exploration. The South Pole region is also home to the rim of the moon's largest, oldest, and deepest crater, called South Pole 8-Cam. It takes up almost a quarter of the moon, and is so deep, it exposes portions of the moon's interior.
Yeah, the South Pole it's fascinating. There are some very unique types of rocks that are at the South Pole that will allow us to understand the entire history, not just of the moon, but potentially of the solar system.
Very early on in lunar history, we think that there was this increased period or very intense period of huge material hitting the surface of the moon, creating these really large craters or like giant holes, which we actually call basins. So getting a sample of impact melt from this basin would kind of help us bracket that early period of time.
The moon's South Pole region has resources that are vital for long-term exploration. Because the moon is barely tilted relative to the sun hovers over the horizon at the South Pole. Imagine a flashlight turned on, laying on a table. That's how the sun illuminates the South Pole. Light at the South Pole strikes at such a low angle, it brushes only areas of higher elevation, such as crater rims. These locations have sunlight for extended periods of time to harness for power. At the same time, the bottoms of some deep craters are shrouded in constant darkness. Scientists have measured the coldest temperatures in the solar system inside these craters, which have become known as perfect environments for preserving water for eons.
Over time, there's individual molecules of water and carbon dioxide and other gases that actually bounce around the surface of the moon. And when they get to one of these cold spots, they actually get stuck. So we call those places cold traps. And if you do that for millions and even billions of years, you can actually build up a pretty significant deposit of water and other ices.
From an exploration perspective, if we can understand just how much water there is and where it is and how to get it out of the regolith of the moon, we can turn it into really important things like drinking water for astronauts and even rocket fuel to take them back home. So really understanding these resources and how to use them is one of the objectives of the Artemis program, and it's what makes the south pole of the moon so exciting.
We know the moon in incredible detail, thanks in large part to NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. LRO has been circling the moon since 2009. It's the longest-lived spacecraft there. Through tens of thousands of orbits and data from 7 instruments, LRO has mapped the moon's temperature, geology, radiation environment, and is providing insight on how the moon is changing over time. LRO is led by Dr. Noah Petro, a planetary geologist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center.
LRO is this incredible mission. It was launched in 2009 as the opportunity to go back to the moon, to create this three-dimensional, high-resolution, high-definition atlas of the moon. Where are there safe landing sites for human and robotic explorers? So what LRO is doing is really giving us the tools, the material, the data we need to make those missions successful.
For many years, LRO's elliptical orbit was closest to the moon during the spacecraft's pass over the South Pole. So scientists have more information about the South Pole region than any other region of the moon.
We know that we can do more and build upon the legacy of Apollo, but to do that we needed a higher resolution data set. We wanted to know where the hazards were. We wanted to know where the geologic features were that we want to go explore, and so LRO has created that database. Incidentally, the LRO data volume is now over 1.3 petabytes. It's the largest volume of data that NASA has ever collected from any planetary body. It's remarkable. And what we've done now in support of Artemis, in support of other NASA missions to the moon, is we've created special maps. We share them with the public and we share them with the various engineers and scientists who are going to help enact and make Artemis a reality.
You know, this is basically a Google Maps of the moon, taken from pictures from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera, and you can just zoom in and see a 5-meter boulder on the surface of the moon. That's just crazy. I could spend all day, and I have spent all day, sometimes just browsing around different parts of the moon, just looking at rocks.
This wealth of information will make it easier to find ideal locations for a NASA base camp, and to quickly identify scientifically interesting areas to visit nearby.
So it's my real belief that we have an opportunity with Artemis to do something different than Apollo. We build on Apollo, we learn from Apollo, but we want to expand what Apollo was able to do and build this presence on the moon that is more than just 3 days, more than just 6 individual missions, but a much larger program that eventually will result in the ability to go onto Mars.
Mars is quite a bit longer away from our own planet than, of course, the moon is. It takes several months in some cases to get to Mars, and it's therefore going to be really critical when we have astronauts walking around on the surface of Mars to be able to stay there for longer periods of time. You've just spent 6 or so months to get there. You want to really be able to explore the surface around you, and having the ability to live off the land and know how to conduct exploration for longer periods of time is going to be critical for Martian exploration, and lessons learned for that sustainable type of exploration start right here at the moon.
So there's still so much for us to learn from going back to the moon from a scientific perspective. It's a no-brainer in my head. So with Mars in the horizon as our kind of end goal, this is an important step for us to take. And then also just kind of from a human aspect, we all have this kind of intrinsic desire to explore. I think it's in all of us and certainly in us as a society. And so I think setting our sights on something and accomplishing this goal together is really important just for international relations, for, just coming together as a humankind, the human spirit. I think that's a piece of what we're doing that we can't ignore as well.
I have 3 kids, aged 10, 6, and 2. I talk about space often with them. The great thing that my parents did for me was let me find my path. I also look at my daughter and I think, okay, Amelia, she keeps saying she wants to be a firefighter, a construction worker, and an astronaut. And I said, well, Amelia, you can do all 3 and be an astronaut. Well, when you're an astronaut, you got to learn how to fight a fire in space. You got to learn how to build stuff. So you got to do all those things. What they'll become, I'm so excited to find out. But I have no idea what they're gonna end up gravitating towards.
So why is the moon my favorite body to study? I think growing up, you could always see it in the sky. You could see some beautiful stars and maybe Mars or Jupiter as like small little dots, but the moon is just there in all its glory. It's like our nearest and dearest neighbor, and you can even with the naked eye, you could start picking out features on the moon. I think that was really cool. This is thousands of miles away, and you can still kind of be a geologist from the ground if you want to. And I think that's really cool. And that's why I always wanted to study the moon. Just seeing people walk on the moon, on this foreign planetary body, looking at images like the one behind me here, I think that always blows my mind.
I will say with my 2-year-old, what I have noticed recently, and this is wonderful, is that when he sees the moon, we're out for a walk, we're driving around, or outside a window, we go, moon, moon. And just the fact that he can look up and see, go, oh, moon, moon. That makes me so happy.
Greenland, a massive ice-covered island in the northern Arctic, a land of pristine waters, enormous glaciers, and ancient geology, and for some, the site of a hotly contested claim of the oldest signs of microbial life on Earth. Meet Dr. Abigail Allwood, astrobiologist at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Dr. Allwood is here in Greenland to investigate recently published findings of possible stromatolites, or microbial fossils, dating back to 3.7 billion years ago.
It's always, when I go and see some rocks and outcrops in the flesh, it's so much more eye-opening and informative than it is to read about them in papers. And absolutely the case with this one. When I came to see them after that paper was published, I very much doubted that interpretation, and I thought, well, we need to do 2 things. One, we need to put a paper out, and secondly, we need to do a workshop and bring a lot of people out here to also see what their opinion is, reach some sort of a consensus on what the right interpretation was.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and a finding like this requires further investigation. Dr. Allwood has gathered a team of astrobiologists and will now travel by helicopter into the wilderness of the Ishua Greenstone Belt.
So we're out here to study an outcrop that there is some controversy over. There is a group of authors that has made a claim that there are biosignatures in the form of stromatolites in these rocks, and there's another group of authors, I happen to be one of that other group of authors, that has refuted that claim. So we're out here in Greenland to study those outcrops in more detail and to try to get a sense of the geology that surrounds those potentially stromatolite-bearing outcrops and try to get a sense for what the ancient environment looked like at the time that those rocks were forming. The claim was such a big deal because if it proves to be true, then this pushes back the earliest signs of life in Earth's geological record by a couple of 100 million years.
It means that the window of opportunity for life to emerge doesn't have to be very big. You know, literally as the last bombardment is occurring, that you can say that life can take hold, at least our one example that we have that life took hold. Go to Mars, it means that it only also had to maintain its conditions, its sort of cradle of life, its opportunity for life to emerge for that short period of time. It didn't have to sort of maintain it for a couple of 100 million years longer.
And when you go back to those very old rocks, they're usually altered and deformed, and it's very difficult to find those signs of life. But those are also the most interesting rocks to look at because we don't know when life originated on Earth, and we don't know what that earliest life was like. So the record that we have from geology is in these rocks that are very difficult to interpret.
Sorting out which way I'm going to put it.
Sampling here in Greenland is, it's not all that different from sampling anywhere else. A geologist's tools are kind of the same no matter where you go. You need a hammer, a chisel, a little, hand lens to look at the rocks up close, field notebook, camera, and you record your observations, and when you think you've zeroed in on a piece of rock that might be worth taking back to the lab, you get your trusty rock hammer out and just start banging away until the sample comes out.
When we're looking at rocks, trying to understand if they preserve evidence of life, we look for things in the rock that cannot form without the influence of life. They can change the chemistry, and they can actually change the shape of the ground. And they can make things like peaks and domes that are sometimes unique to the biology.
Again, I think here what you need to do is look at the context of the rocks around those stromatolites and try to get a sense for what that geology is telling you.
This is our sample here. Came from the outcrop. We've got that nice sort of cut and polished face there. And if it was really a cone-shaped structure, then you shouldn't see it on the back of the sample. You shouldn't see it in the back of the hole there. It's about 14 centimetres depth hole. And you're still seeing the structure there. So it's not a cone, it's a ridge. If you can sort of reconstruct that in your mind. Got to prove the three-dimensional morphology. Absolutely have to prove. It's the same story. You can see the structure at the back of the hole there. It's maybe 15 centimetres or so. It was present at the front and it's present at the back, so it's at least that distance in length. It's not a cone shape at all.
A lot of times when you're looking for something that's related to Earth history, I think of it as being like I'm a detective and I'm looking for clues. But the thing is that the rocks are not very good at preserving clues. And my job as a geologist is to take those little bits of information and see if I can make a story about what happened in the rocks. Part of making that story, though, is understanding the uncertainty. The story is never complete because you're always missing a lot of the clues because the clues have just been lost through time.
After investigating the site thoroughly, the team concludes that there is insufficient evidence of life in these structures. However, there is still much to learn from the geology in this environment.
The rocks that we're looking at here in Greenland are similar, if not identical, in age to the rocks that we're going to be exploring with the Mars 2020 rover. We'd like to think that we can use the lessons that we take from studying the Earth's geological record and apply them when we start exploring the geology of Mars.
One of the really interesting things about searching for life on other worlds is, as a scientist, I have to actually, when I'm looking for life anywhere, I have to actually have a model of what I'm looking for to help guide my observations. And so by looking at these places that are very difficult to interpret on Earth, we get that practice and experience of how do we look at something and what are the questions that we need to ask and what are the observations we need to take to be able to answer them.
Any claim that is made about a biosignature on Mars is going to be debated. So I think that this workshop gives us an opportunity to exercise our ability to have civil disagreements over matters of scientific importance, because I think we're going to be doing much of that with the data that comes back from Mars as well.
I think seeing the rocks in the flesh is just so important. Can't do that for many people, so I think the next best thing is to try and recreate that in a virtual terrain sort of field trip kind of thing. That's what we're trying to do.
So OnSite is an application that we developed for the Mars Science Laboratory mission to help the science team that works with the Mars rover understand the context of the environment around the rover.
And it provides scientists the ability to basically meet on Mars. So it's taking Martian data down from the rover and using photogrammetry to stitch it together to create a 3D model of the outcrop. And then scientists involved in the mission and engineers as well are able to use that 3D model, enter the terrain and make decisions with a much better understanding of the context. We're also using LiDAR imagery out here, which is something not available on Mars, so that's using a laser scanner to basically three-dimensionally scan outcrops and get higher fidelity data so that we can get some very accurate information.
Yeah, so this is the map of the primary outcrops and the laser scans. This is the A outcrop here. There's the flag, there's the cut of the rock, and the other cuts.
Now on Mars, it's a different scenario because we're limited to the instruments on board the rover. The rover doesn't have LiDAR. It'd be great if it did. So all we have are the 2D images to work with. 3D reconstruction from 2D images has been part of the Mars missions all the way back to Pathfinder in the late 90s. But it's always been on a per image basis from one rover position. So one of the innovations in OnSite is we started combining rover imagery from multiple rover positions. So if the rover is parked next to a rock and the next day you drive around the rock, you can take imagery from those two positions and get a more complete model of that rock than from any one position on its own. And the holy grail of this is to take all of the rover drives from landing to the current position, register them all together so you could walk from the landing site to the current rover position, seeing high quality 3D imagery all the way. So OnSite was started in the context of the Mars rover missions, but the capability that OnSite and tools like it provide is really, it's a virtual presence and situational awareness in an environment that's hard to visit. Mars is an extreme example of that, but where we are today in Western Greenland is not quite as hard to visit as Mars, but it's certainly not easy. So you can imagine geologists going into the field to these remote locations and bringing back not only their written field notes and photos, but a 3D capture of the environment that becomes kind of an immersive field notebook that they can revisit, they can share with their colleagues and with the public and help to communicate what that environment is like in a way that's really hard to get without actually being there in the field. So I don't think this technology ever really replaces a human in the field. Whether or not humans will go to Mars is not my expertise. But if and when humans do go to Mars, only a select few will go to Mars. But with this kind of technology, they can bring along experts from Earth to extend their knowledge and share that experience with the public, so the whole world gets to go along, for the ride.
So I've never been here before, and the landscape in this environment is just, my mind has been blown being out here for a couple of days. I mean, the scale of the glaciers, the complete lack of vegetation in this area, other than sort of, lichens and moss. It's just it's kind of an otherworldly place. It's really starkly beautiful. I think in terms of why anybody should care about these rocks, I mean, they are the record of some of the oldest processes occurring on our planet. I mean, there are very few places that preserve rocks this old, and so they're really a precious resource for geologists to understand what was going on the Earth, close to, in its infancy. So it's an important and special place.
I will gain a huge insight into these particular rocks, but it will also increase my understanding of how you actually demonstrate that something is or isn't a biosignature that I will apply in all my other work.
It's the ability to minimize the ambiguity before it even gets to the publication, minimize the ambiguity and minimize the bias. When it gets out into the press, it's going to be that much more considered, that much more robust. I think that's what's the best outcome of this workshop.
What an exciting day at the Kennedy Space Center. You can see the Orion spaceship coming out of the ONC building where we've been assembling it for several years. As big a step as this is for us today in rolling out and starting the journey of Artemis 1 to the moon and beyond, we're really excited for this test program to get this vehicle flowing and to begin the next steps, which are to send humans back to the moon.
The twin sister of Apollo, Artemis is the name given to the program that will return humanity to the moon. And named after one of the largest constellations in the sky, Orion is the spacecraft destined to get us there. Through Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color on the lunar surface. And these missions will allow us to explore more of the moon than ever before, paving the way for long-term presence in lunar orbit.
We're rolling the Orion spacecraft out, but it's beginning its journey. We're really kind of at the end of the building process and the beginning of getting ready to go fly.
But before Orion can travel to our nearest celestial body, it must first make a few pit stops along the way to fuel up and get ready for flight.
As we leave here today, we're going to go to a facility that'll fuel the spacecraft with the rocket fuels and propellants it needs. We'll put a launch aboard system on. We'll send it out to be stacked in the rocket and launched. And it's really the last few yards of the game.
Orion's journey to the moon began on the bayou. NASA's Michoud Assembly Facility in New Orleans is where technicians with Lockheed Martin began welding the pieces of the spacecraft's underlying aluminum structure together. 1 year later, it arrived in Florida, taking up semi-permanent residence inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Engineers and technicians will spend the next years working almost around the clock, outfitting Orion with thousands of components and pushing the capsule through several rounds of rigorous testing as teams prepare for its flight around the moon. The first step, though, is the crew module's arrival.
When the crew module shows up here at the O&C building, it's really just a welded shell of the structure. When it gets here, we put it into a fixture called the bird cage tool, and we use that fixture to position and attach all of the mechanically attached primary and secondary structure for the crew module.
Part of that includes the heat shield, which protects the crew module as it blazes through Earth's atmosphere at astonishing speed as it returns home. Technicians with Lockheed bond those thermal protection system products onto the heat shield right here in the O&C. And they do the same for the crew module's forward bay cover.
We bond that on here, and basically this covers the forward bay of the crew module such that once we come back into the atmosphere, this gets jettisoned and all of the landing system, i.e. parachutes, get deployed and slow the crew module down so that when it touches down in the ocean, it's only going a few miles an hour.
With the primary and secondary structures all attached, the crew module is tested to see how everything holds up. Orion is pressurized, stressing the welds to ensure they'll hold up under the proper loading. Afterwards, non-destructive evaluation of those welds is conducted to check for any voids or cracks. Once the structure is deemed strong enough, the crew module is moved just a few spaces down into the O&C's clean room for its next round of integrations.
We bring that structure into our clean room, which is you see behind me, because we need to start integrating the propulsion system and elements of the environmental control and life support subsystems, and those systems require a cleaner environment than the one we're standing in out here.
When all of that is done, the crew module is on the move again to the crew module integration station. There, all of the electrical systems, including wire harnesses and avionics boxes that control the crew module's guidance, navigation, communications, and its power subsystems, are integrated. Next, it's time to bring the spacecraft to life.
We power it up, and then we go into a whole series of functional tests to make sure all the subsystems that we've integrated up to that point are functioning properly.
But the crew module isn't the only thing that makes up the Orion spacecraft.
All the people, the work, the components that have gone into this vehicle, it's just an amazing feat.
Teams also worked closely with the European Space Agency to build the service module, the element that will power Orion on its journey around the moon. Once that arrives from Bremen, Germany, Lockheed moves forward with integrating the two.
The service module has a very similar life cycle to the crew module. We build it up structurally, we integrate the propulsion system and the other fluid systems, and then we integrate it electrically and power it up and do functional tests on it. And when we have a full service module and a full crew module, then we stack the two together and we have what's called the crew service module for Artemis 1.
Under the Artemis program, NASA plans to not only return to the moon, but to use that as a stepping stone to go farther than any human has ever gone before, Mars. To get there, it's truly a cross-country and international effort among thousands of individuals.
When you consider all the people, at the Johnson Space Center, Marshall Space Flight Center, all across the agency, SLS, Orion, the European Service Module, Boeing and their team, Lockheed Martin and their team, and to see all of that come together on that launch when we send it on its way to the moon, it's going to be absolutely amazing, and we're going to have a lot of really proud, happy people.
Building a spacecraft destined for deep space exploration from the ground up is no easy task. And the fact that these teams have been able to come together and do just that in the midst of a global pandemic is nothing short of amazing.
You know, it really is a testament to the workforce. If you think about what we've been through over the years that they've been putting this together, and particularly think about the environment that this team was dealing with. We're dealing with COVID, and we're asking these folks to come into work every day and finish the spacecraft so we can keep this mission going. And we're ready, and we're excited. And so as they turn this over to us, we're ready to get going.
And really, this is only the start of Orion's path to the pad.
It's a little hard to put into words when you think about the fact that we are in the first flow of what will be our nation's deep space exploration program. It hits you in the heart, and it really speaks to why we all are doing what we're doing.
I never thought as a little kid growing up I'd be part of something like this today. Now as a dad of two young girls, to be able to tell them what I do and to be able to have them someday watch the first woman stand on the moon is pretty amazing to me personally.
As the Orion spacecraft departs the ONC, its next stop is the Multi-Payload Processing Facility, or MPPF, where teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems and prime contractor Jacobs will perform the next set of milestones, fueling and servicing the spacecraft.
We have a few months of hard but rewarding work ahead of us to get to launch, but this is it. This is our year. This is our time and what folks have worked so hard for.
Now we're going to continue with processing, get that thing checked out, fueled, get the launch abort motor stuck on top of it.
With fueling of Orion's crew and service modules complete, the spacecraft moves from the MPPF into the Launch Abort System facility.
We just finished fueling the spaceship, and we moved it to the LASA facility, the Launch Abort System facility, to put the Launch Abort System on the top of Orion.
And in July 2019, teams completed a critical test, the Ascent Abort 2 flight test, to validate the Launch Abort System works as expected. After reaching an altitude of about 6 miles, where the test spacecraft experienced high-stress conditions expected during launch, the abort sequence triggered. Within milliseconds, the abort motor fired to pull the crew module away to safety. Its attitude control motor flipped the capsule into the proper orientation, and the jettison motor fired to release the crew module for a splashdown in the Atlantic Ocean.
I feel, just honored and humbled every day to be able to work on this stuff.
This rocket is just going to be absolutely amazing.
Now that the spacecraft's launch abort system is securely in place, Orion is ready for the next stop on its path to the pad, the Vehicle Assembly Building. Once inside, the spacecraft will be placed on top of the Space Launch System rocket, the most powerful rocket the world has ever seen.
Flashing across California desert skies, the airplanes you see here are writing new chapters in the story of man-made flight. There she goes.
This is my first opportunity to greet you as Deputy Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Together, you and I must make our new agency
the most unusual place.
An organization that can challenge conventional wisdom.
We can engineer anything we can write the requirements for.
We're going to make your idea work. This particular idea is quite disruptive.
A typical flight, of course, starts under the wing of the B-52 mothership.
This sleek, high-speed machine would have made Rube Goldberg proud.
The manner in which we fly re-entry from space on the space shuttle was pioneered on the X-15.
The X-31 pretty much wrote the book on thrust vectoring, along with its sister program, the F-18 HAR.
An observation of an occultation is one of the more challenging missions that Sophia can do.
Right now, we are looking at the dawn of a new era of aviation.
sun would first stir life on our planet. Gradual shiftings and upheavals would bury creatures and plants beneath the surface of the Earth. There, they would fossilize, eventually turning into huge reservoirs of gas and coal.
Oil made possible one of the greatest inventions of history, the internal combustion engine, which gave us mastery over the air.
Pollution grew around us, until one day at last we'd noticed that something had gone wrong with our once pretty world. Just in time, the satellite now gives us a view of pollution impossible to get in any other way.
Scientists and researchers continue to develop various technologies to cut fuel consumption through aircraft structure and engine design.
Lightweight wires and electronics replace mechanical linkage.
NASA researchers see vertical takeoff aircraft as commercially useful. These types of aircraft use less room for takeoff and landing and keep noise and air pollution lower than our present commercial planes.
One of the most unusual and highly experimental aircraft ever tested at Dryden was the Gossamer Albatross. The Albatross was human-powered and pedaled like a bicycle. The man who designed the Albatross also built the Gossamer Penguin, the world's first flight-worthy sun-powered plane.
ERAST is NASA's Environmental Research, Aircraft and Sensor Technology program, and its mission is to develop aircraft that are capable of flying very high and very slowly, primarily to do atmospheric sampling and monitoring of the global environment.
Solar power offers some unique capability for flying in the stratosphere.
The helio should be able to stay aloft for up to 6 months at a time to function very much as an atmospheric satellite.
What's very unique to the solar-powered airplanes is that they are not polluting the very atmosphere that they're trying to take samples from, so they're ideally suited for that purpose.
These vehicles can help us attain a desirable balance between technology and nature. The stakes are high as we speed toward a challenging future.
Solar-powered aircraft don't really work well at nighttime. This is a way of compensating for the inability to get energy at night. The airplane flies off the energy provided by the laser.
This is the world's first demonstration of the application of laser energy to a flight vehicle to achieve truly fuelless flight.
NASA Aeronautics continued its green aviation initiatives. Their goal? To make air travel quieter, cleaner, and more efficient, while increasing the safety and comfort of passengers.
With this mandate to significantly lower noise and emissions and increase performance for subsonic aircraft, there will be a need to address virtually every aspect of the current aircraft configuration.
We're using a blended alternative fuel to evaluate the impact of different fuels on the emissions of the aircraft.
People have done life cycle studies to look at the carbon balance, which takes into account the amount of energy that you use in growing the plant, processing the oil. Some of the studies have shown about a 75% reduction in the amount of CO2 that you get using camelina compared to a conventional petroleum-based fuel.
NASA started investigating alternative fuels as a way of reducing the carbon emissions from aircraft, but there's other benefits of these fuels. They produce much lower levels of soot, and also they do not have sulfur contaminants.
Hopefully there will be a fairly significant return on the investment in terms of improved public health and environment.
Everything within subsonic aviation now is looking for efficiency. We're looking at structures to make aircraft lighter. We're looking at various propulsion systems in order to make them more fuel efficient, and we're looking at configurations to lower the noise impact of community noise, essentially looking at an environmentally responsible aircraft.
We really think this airplane is revolutionary. It's a big jump in technology from the tube and wing kind of airplanes that you see today. It's much more efficient. I like to say it's like a hybrid car compared to a regular car.
It's exciting to think that we're contributing to the green aircraft of the future.
The aircraft now can be programmed to have, for example, engines that are more fuel efficient. Control the engines separately and also more closely and carefully.
this high.
I'll need at least 5 degrees.
This is NASA's first all-electric crewed aircraft.
We can use electric propulsion systems and aircraft design in an interactive way. The wing itself is designed so that the electric motors enable extra efficiency in the wing itself.
There's several different types of airplanes that can benefit from electric propulsion. The one that's gaining a lot of interest right now is the smaller version, the air taxi type vehicle.
In doing the work of developing these systems, integrating these systems and so forth, we have helped industry along their path.
We've been able to deliver lessons learned on batteries, on how you do the power electronics, how you build up the motors. And so X-57 really has been a pathfinder early on for electric propulsion.
The next generation of vehicles, they're going to be much greener and much more efficient types of propulsive technology.
Flashing across California desert skies, the airplanes you see here are writing new chapters in the story of man-made flight. There she goes.
This is my first opportunity to greet you as Deputy Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Together, you and I must make our new agency
the most unusual place.
An organization that can challenge conventional wisdom.
We can engineer anything we can write the requirements for.
We're going to make your idea work. This particular idea is quite disruptive.
A typical flight, of course, starts under the wing of the B-52 mothership.
This sleek, high-speed machine would have made Rube Goldberg proud.
The manner in which we fly re-entry from space on the space shuttle was pioneered on the X-15.
The X-31 pretty much wrote the book on thrust vectoring, along with its sister program, the F-18 HAR. An observation of an occultation is one of the more challenging missions that Sophia can do.
Right now, we are looking at the dawn of a new era of aviation.
Something has now emerged that might make even our most elegant theories workable.
Scientists developed equipment which would be able to think.
Machines that do things and make choices without human beings. That uncanny spectacle is automation.
Capable of storing, processing.
Calculations that would ordinarily take hundreds of man-hours. Unique ability to check itself on possible errors.
Cheaper and quicker and better.
Electric eyes, limit switches, servo mechanisms.
Secretary, librarian, banker, teacher, medical technician, bridge partner.
Volumes of changing data into a continuous flow of interpretations. Aladdin's lamp couldn't do more.
Jaws, loading machines, electric drills, it's all automation.
Computers have taken wing.
By the late 1960s, digital computers had become more available.
Using data about the aircraft's performance, the computers vote on the correct amount of control deflection to make in response to the pilot's stick and rudder movements.
This system could make air travel of the future smoother and safer by reducing aircraft vibration through automatic response from the computer to the aircraft controls.
We did the digital engine control. We had a really large digital computer that ran the engine and the inlet and exhaust system.
We did an integrated control study to provide digital control of the inlets, autopilot, throttle, air data, and navigation system. A digital computer here, major improvement in the capability of the airplane.
Test pilots are flying a plane without having to leave the ground. It's a new way of flight testing advanced aircraft that's both more economical and less hazardous. A research pilot in a realistically recreated cockpit on the ground, complete with flight controls, flies the remotely piloted craft using computers and television.
The airplane includes computers. Those computers take stick command and
continuously monitor what the airplane is doing and compares it to what the pilot wants the airplane to do.
The computer signals the control surfaces to not only execute the pilot's maneuver, but also to counter any attempt by the X-29 to veer out of control.
fly up.
Yikes! No doubt about it. We get a roll from that one.
New initiative in the artificial intelligence area, and it's called aircraft automation. The technologies that end up coming out of this would be autonomous flight vehicle technology.
ERAS stands for Environmental Research Aircraft and Sensor Technology. Platforms that could fly higher and longer than the current piloted airplane. Do science missions and other commercial applications.
Primarily the dull, dirty, and dangerous.
We can go all the way up to where the airplane can fly itself completely autonomously with no input from anyone on the ground.
Fly up to 50, 60,000 feet, fly a circle loop perhaps over a city, providing the capability that a satellite now does.
Now that we can fly for on the order of 8 to 10 to 12 hours, we can look at long duration processes, biogeochemical cycling, looking at carbon and nitrogen moving through an ecosystem.
To sort of kickstart a commercial UAV industry.
The technology that we've seen here in this test is what would be the foundation for a follow-on program to really address the issue of how can UAVs routinely operate in the National Airspace System.
The primary benefit of this technology is the ability of it to adapt to the unknown, whether it be a system failure, battle damage, icing on the wing, or flying in an unknown atmospheric environment.
The aircraft may be able to be flown, but the pilot may or may not be able to find a solution to how to fly that aircraft.
Neural net control systems where the controls are going to teach themselves and keep getting smarter from flight to flight.
It can reconfigure the airplane in an optimal way in order to give you the best flying qualities.
Rotate.
There is no operator of the vehicle itself on the ground. Basically, the role that the human plays is more in managing the mission, an orchestra director, not the instrument player.
The vehicle will complete all the autonomous actions necessary to release the weapon optimally positioned to hit the target.
One of the next things that we'll be demonstrating in UCAV is the collaboration amongst aircraft. How do sets of aircraft interact together in almost a social form?
We're going to examine the feasibility and technical utility of actually being able to fly two airplanes or multiple aircraft in formation with each other.
Now the trick to this is to make sure that they fly in formation closely enough that they can extract the advantage without obviously running into each other.
The station keeping would be fairly close proximity for hours. The workload on the flight crew would be quite high, so we started to develop autonomous algorithms to do the station keeping. So you basically would have an autopilot that you could engage.
The computers are flying the airplane without your stick input, even in the system, to allow a piloted airplane to take 2, 3, or 4 unpiloted vehicles on a long distance trip.
We're just getting started on this technology. We'll use this technology to refuel unoccupied combat air vehicles.
The basket's slightly moving. Looks like it's going high. Okay, it detected a miss and came back on its own. So I did not do anything. She's got it. She's got it. Congratulations, guys. That was fantastic.
The Autonomous Soaring Project has one simple goal, is to program a small UAV to soar in thermals similar to the way a glider pilot or birds do. It has been reprogrammed to automatically detect that it's in an updraft and then use that updraft by circling. There's a wide variety of applications for this technology to help UAVs do things like forest fire detection, police surveillance, border patrol, and weather monitoring.
If the aircraft was damaged, you don't have to necessarily just rely on the pilot to compensate and fly the airplane. Adaptive flight controls, autonomous flight controls, different things where we're using the airplane to assist the pilot.
It'll take over basically the controls of the airplane as far as flight stability.
The Platform Precision Autopilot is capable of staying on a given path within about 15 feet. It allows the synthetic aperture radar system to fly over essentially the same path more than once. This obviously has some potential applicability when you're looking at Earth's surface movements, such as after an earthquake, or if you're looking at an ice pack melting.
For the F-16, we went out and tested the system and based them on actual mishap cases. It prevented every single mishap. What we're developing here is merely an aid should the pilot get distracted or disoriented. By automating it, we can take out the pilot reaction time entirely.
The computer takes full control away from the pilot for a very brief period of time, and it redirects the trajectory of the aircraft to save the human.
ADS-B is automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. It's equipment on board an airplane that transmits its position and velocity information twice per second.
We were really trying to prove that we could use ADS-B as a way to do coordinated flight between multiple vehicles.
This system is present on a lot of manned aircraft, but we were one of the first UAS to perform testing of it in the national airspace. NASA has a project for integrating UAS.
So one day, UAS could hopefully fly with other commercial airlines and everybody will fly together safely.
There's various benefits to integrating unmanned aircraft, being able to monitor specific weather systems, monitor fires, delivering packages to your doorstep.
Operations to deliver medical emergency supplies, infrastructure, surveillance, and monitoring.
The technical side is a big challenge, but being able to integrate them safely is maybe even a bigger challenge.
To have thousands of these vehicles flying at the same time, you're going to have a lot more automation on the vehicle and in the airspace system.
Regulations for operations of the vehicle, regulations for airspace, regulations for infrastructure.
These aircraft are going to be highly autonomous, piloted, optionally piloted, unpiloted vehicle.
It's not just looking at the UAM, it's actually integrating the small UAS, the package delivery, or even the larger cargo delivery.
Subscale aircraft, we use those for a variety of reasons, to test things like new technology, which could be hardware or software, or even a completely new vehicle. You can do almost anything you want without much risk, and you can realize those gains very quickly. We're researching some level of autonomy. The aircraft, in most cases, are capable of taking off, flying around and landing without any human intervention. Things like ardupilots and multi-rotors and flying computers are allowing kids to play with research type tools that they never had access to before. So it's sort of driving this new robotic learning type environment that never did exist.
We're so excited to have this special collaboration with NASA Johnson Space Center, and we're honored to present this historic event. I'm also very excited to introduce the moderator for our program. She's also the first African American woman to be the director of NASA Johnson Space Center, Vanessa White.
I'm happy to be here with you all at Space Center Houston. Today, we're going to hear from former and current astronauts who will share with you their own journeys to space. Robert Kirby, Jeanette F.